Welcome, everybody. And yeah, that's true. No longer no game anymore. Thank you, Maligothic94 for following. Yeah! Finally doing it! Oh, and thank you for the follow, Kayla. I hope the audio balancing is okay. I did test it, but since it's the first stream it's gonna be, might have to adjust a little bit. But yeah, we are gonna play Ori and the Blind Forest Definitive Edition. A game I am very familiar with. As you can see, quite a few old save files left over. There's not really anything left to say, and what we're actually gonna do, I'm gonna explain during the actual playthrough. So let's just start a new game, and we are actually gonna play on normal because hard is kind of a superfluous difficulty in my opinion for a game that is all about platforming. And I'm not really practiced enough to go straight into a one life mode, and we might just die just by simply be trying to show off some stuff, so not the best way to start with, but yeah. Let's just start a normal game. We shall always remember the night when I lost Ori to the Great Storm. Oh, hello, Jen. Thanks for following. Jen! And here we are, with Naru in the Swallow's Nest. We get some of the basics out of the way. Left, right. And what could almost be called jumping. And Naru embraced my light. A child of her own. Time to wake up, Ori. So now that we're controlling Ori, gameplay gets a little bit more agile. I always have to admire the beautiful graphics and the sound design in this opening prologue of the game. So let's look for more food. And what do you know? There's a whole bunch of fruit right there. On that fateful night, when I lit the skies ablaze, I called out to Ori. Yet hope never came. And everything seems to wilt and decay. Through the passage of time, life withered and decayed. When the forest was blind. Time for Ori to do something about that dire food situation. Still hope showed its face. Yeah, I don't know how nourishing bark would be. And we have a kind of creepy thing in the foreground. Nice. Yeah, this scene always makes me tear up a little bit, no matter how many times I see it. An orphan once more. with no reason to stay. Searching for my light. So weak and so frail. Your cries were met with silence. And hope went astray. When my child's strength faltered, and the last breath was drawn. Well, guess the game is over now. Yep, GG's. My light revived Ori. A new age had dawned. Yes, I'm on. Actually me. So that was quite a lot happening in the prologue. Now that we are in the game proper, we get a little bit more agility with Ori, and now we can actually explore the Forest of Nibel. But before we actually start exploring the Sunken Glades, we have to do something about Ori's outfit. So what color do you think, chat? What color would be best for Ori? Let's see what we have. We have green. We have a kind of a light shade of pink. Ooh, how about the blue? No, Simon, I've already completely finished this game. This is just for me to have an easy game that I know my way around. Ooh, let's go with this one. Let's go with pink Ori. Just in case you want to know how I did this, it's a simple cheat code. Left, up, right, down, up, and the jump button in quick enough succession. Then Ori changes to a random color. And we can actually drop through semi-solid platforms like in most platformers, but before that let's get a small spirit light container, which will slowly fill up our experience bar at the bottom center. Whenever that one is full, we will get an ability point. And not really much choice in where we can go at this point. We can also find life shards, which will restore our vitality, which are the green orbs. Yes, this is the definitive edition. Not really a point in playing the original anymore. When the definitive edition came out. And we found our first energy cell, which gave us our first dot of energy, which we can use to create soul links, which is the save system in this game. So we are we have to make our own. They pointed, if you forget, well then you go back. Here we have our first enemy. Bit of a rhino. And see, if we die, back to the save point we go. And whenever we defeat enemies, we also get spirit light, as you would expect. Deep in the forest, Ori found what was lost. My strength is returning. I am sane. Light and eyes of the spirit tree. I was lost in this glen when she loosened her grip. I can guide you on your journey if you allow me to come. But be still. Can you hear that? They must have followed you here. And here we get introduced to the combat of this game, which is right now just us spamming a single button over and over. The light shall return to me. These words the spirit tree once said. In the glade past the caverns we'll find him. There's a path up ahead. We finally have our first actual objective. Find the spirit tree. Yeah, the original game, if you have the definitive edition, you should automatically have the original as well. At least I think that's how it worked. And now that we have our basic attack, we can attack all sorts of things. And when we get to our soul link, we can now see our ability tree. And just for starters, I'm gonna pick Spirit Magnet just so I do not miss too many of the XP orbs. And enemies can also drop energy shards, which will obviously recharge Ori's energy. Oh, that's nice, Sama. Spirit wells are ancient structures that were used to quickly traverse all of Nibel. The light of the spirit wells will also replenish your strength whenever you are weary. Yep, we can save our game in these, which will replenish all our energy and heal us. Or we can also use them to warp, but since we only have one of them right now, can't really do that. So we can't really get back up here. We still only really have one path we can take right now. And we can also grab onto objects. And we got our first keystone. And we will actually pretty soon see what they are for exactly. But before that, I will grab a second one up here. This spirit gate blocks us. They were built for protection before the days of the decay. The required keystones must be nearby. To reach the spirit tree, we must pass the spirit caverns that lie beyond this gate. Yeah. Luckily, we already have them. So, Zane said go to the spirit caverns, but let's just go up here first. Because here we can find another life cell. Now we've already 4 health. And yep, 2 more keystones required to get through this gate. Let's make a quick save here and let's see. Go for a quick flame so we get through these thorns a bit faster. And we can't actually make it back up here once you fall down, so only way we can go is further down. Well, that would be a shame if we were stuck down here forever. There were those that turned to hope. And she ravaged and killed. The light of the spirit tree lives in all of us. He is the reason we're alive. He is the reason we grew. When he called out to find you many years past, we were attacked, wounded, and killed by our foe. Now these ancestral trees are all that's left behind. Come closer now and feel the light of spirit inside. And we get wall jump. Now we can scale pretty much any vertical wall if it isn't covered in something dangerous. And we get another ability point. Rekindle. Very useful power. Not because of the shortened cooldown for the Soul Link especially, but the fact that you can reuse them without actually having to spend energy. So with some clever placement of your Soul Links, you can use them. You can use them many times. But we're still looking for more of those keystones. Some one keystone. You can also interact with these levers that activate various contraptions around the world. Here we have a mapstone fragment. We haven't really seen a mapstone yet, but soon we will. And all this contraption really does is allow us to get back up here, which we don't really need anymore. Ori, this is a mapstone, one of the many ancient markers created to chart the forest of Nibel as it grew. There is a piece missing. If we can find the mapstone fragment, we might be able to repair it. And as luck would have it, we have one. Now we can already see the entirety of the Sunken Glades. A full playthrough on average, well, it depends how experienced with the game you are. Fresh file, also a complete new player to the game, I would probably say maybe 10 to 12 hours. Once you know what you're doing, you can pretty easily get through the game in like 3 to 4 hours. We don't really know what we need these keystones for, but it's probably better to collect them. And here we also find our first energy door. These energy gates were sealed by the spirits of the past. If we collect enough energy cells, they will open a path. But we only can hold a maximum of 2 energy right now, so even though we have both energy bars full, we can't really get through this door right now. And that's 4 keystones. Gone were they found, dormant and still. We told Ori the tale of her misguided will. Not Ori's will, mind you. Ori, Spirit Tree, we must have used the last of his strength to save you. Come now and hear our story. It was the night of the light ceremony. It was our light that she hated. I called out to Ori, but my child never came. Urostol say was the end of our days. You received the Spirit Tree's light. We put our fate in your hands. Listen carefully now, for you must understand. The Spirit Tree sustained the three elements of light and in turn brought balance and kept people safe. The element of waters high atop the Ginso tree. The element of wind deep within the forlorn ruins. And the element of warmth beneath the fires of Mount Horu. To restore Nibel to its former self, we must rekindle their light before it's too late. First, we will find beyond the spider coves atop the tree where the waters once flowed. So now we know how the Forest of Nibel came to ruin. Because of the owl Kuro that stole the spirit's light. The Spirit Tree's light. And dropped it in the forest where nobody could find it. Then, without the light of the Spirit Tree, the decay took over the forest and it slowly died. And now in order to save the forest, we have to go to each of these three elements and rekindle them. But before we actually go to the Spider Cove, as Zane said, where you have to go through to get to the Ginso tree, we'll actually do a small detour. Because now that we have wall jump, we can actually get up here. Ori, this statue looks familiar. I've seen it before. We found the home. Of the child who embraced our light. I remember them many years ago when the Spirit Tree was but a sprout. Naru, the young one, looked after us whenever she could. Here we enter the Blackroot Burrows. And it's really a fitting name because the gimmick of this place is kind of that you don't really see a whole lot. Everything is very dark. And if you've only played the original version of Ori and the Blind Forest, then you won't actually recognize this place because this area was the one that they added in the definitive edition. The crazy thing is to this light from the spirit tree. It was a gift from our kind. It was given to Naru, who stood by our side. The only thing we really need to complete this, at least the first part of this area, only requires a wall jump. But it is a pretty dangerous area. So if you're not too comfortable in your platforming skills, I would recommend maybe waiting for a little bit later when you have more health and more energy before you tackle this area. That's why we save. No worries, Simon. And yeah, the whole gimmick for this area is that all of these platforms, we can't actually use them unless we hold this this orb. Here we get a little secret, our first ability cell actually. These cells just straight up give you an ability point that you can use. No need to gather spirit light. Which will actually at some point become our main resource of ability points, because once we get to like the you know, at the middle part of the game, it'll take so much spirit light to level up even once that it's no longer really viable to level up just from spirit light. And once that happens, you're pretty much required to get these ability cells to get more ability points. Right now I'm just using the Stream Elements bot. yes, it's definitely supposed to. I mean, that's the thing, they pretty much allow you to do this immediately. But it is definitely one of the difficult parts for how early you can actually access it in the game. I guess make a save here, just base. Let's also spend our ability points. Now we can actually heal ourselves whenever we make one of those save points, and also we get a little bit more damage with our Spirit Flame. And here we actually have a little, almost like a puzzle. Can't really get close to this pillar with us holding the orb. We just leave it behind. No big deal. Because the orb will actually follow you wherever you go. It's nice. Don't have to worry about losing it. Although, just lost it. Ori, look! Even though our light had grown weak in this haze, it lifted the darkness that held claim of this place. Yes, now we can actually see where we're going. And it also activated this ancestral tree. Iki was looking for Naru. He was gone when he came. He was swift like the wind and sprinted with haste. But surrounded by darkness, he lost his way. Already kind of telling us what ability that we get. We've learned Dash. Now we can go super fast. Now mind you, since this is an area exclusive to the Definitive Edition, Dash itself, optional ability. You don't actually need Dash to complete the game. Therefore, there aren't really many places outside of the Blackroot Burrows where Dash, helps out too much, because of course it can't really do that. So most of the puzzles that require Dash are gonna be just in this particular area. But there are quite a lot of instances where you can make your life a lot easier with Dash. Get certain stuff. Oops. That's gonna go well. Let's save first. A little bit of Indiana Jones action. And as a reward, we get another life cell. We should return here later. There is much left unknown. Down below, we may find the place they once called their home. Yeah, so this is also the reason why I wanted to do this now. Because that sentence from Zane doesn't really make a lot of sense once you already have a certain other power up, because then you can immediately explore the rest of this place and you don't actually have to return later. Now we actually do have to return later. Oh yeah, but let's go back to the Hollow Grove where we left off, now that we have dash. Yeah, let's be kind of yellow, greenish Ori, I guess. Unstable ground. Very unstable. And, well, I guess we are trapped now. Can't get through this wall. Ah no, the spirit that died here was strong and courageous. Listen to his voice, he was able to focus our light. We have learned Charge Flame, our second offensive ability. Now we can charge up. Cause a decently sized explosion. Also the only way to crack open these blue cocoons. And they will also always contain a little bit of spirit light. With Prime, why limit yourself only to the fun-sized ones? And whoa! This place looks familiar, and yeah, we just opened up a little shortcut. Making use of all the marketed down candy after Halloween. So our goal still is to get to those spider coves that Thane was talking about. Another energy door we do not have the energy for to open. And we do have some very wobbly spider eggs. But before we concern ourselves with that, grab ourselves another life cell. And if you can see up here, another one of these blue glowing stones, meaning we can explode them with our charge flame. Now We have an egg platform. And yeah, just if you're curious, we could go for a swim, but yeah, the water is a little bit toxic right now. Another map stone, but usually the map fragments are always somewhere close by. And we can already see it, but how do we get over there? Just like that. Now we can even see the Hollow Grove, and our goal is over here. We could also go up here, but there isn't really anything for us there at the moment. There is one thing we could get, but it's not really worth going there. It's also a pretty dangerous area. One of the common mistakes that new players make, going to that area because it's so easily accessible and then get kinda stuck there. But I guess that's kind of the point of a Metroidvania game, getting stuck in exploration. We also have a few more ability points. There's actually two specific skills that I am going towards right now. Those are actually these two. This one improves the radius and damage of the charge flame. That's the big explosion that we just got, and this one actually makes it so we only spend half as much energy on it. So instead of a full energy bar, it only costs half. Because the charge flame is pretty much our main big weapon for quite a while. So investing it is a good idea. Wow, Ori brought light and hope to the forest. Others gave in, embraced darkness and fear. A Kumon from the Forlorn Ruins. We must follow his steps, we must get what he stole. Yeah, he just ran off with what is apparently called the Water Vein. Without the Water Vein, the Ginso tree is closed shut. And yeah, we need it in order to get in there. That's actually something really neat that you can get here, but you only really get one chance before you drop down, so you jump here and land on this tree stump and get yourself an easy ability cell. Now we can do even more damage. Just gonna quickly get rid of that one. And now we can use this guy. Destroy this. And the ability for these kind of ground tentacles, I don't know what the names are, to destroy various obstacles, it's not actually something that we have to use. And how nice, we have more insta-death lasers. There's absolutely no amount of health that will protect you from these. But we can actually just kinda here, we say. Now I could have used dash ability there, but that would be too easy. There he is again. But just before we go down there, there is one more thing I want to grab. And we have another one of these guys. And there he goes. Just wanted to get this energy cells over here, because there actually is something that requires quite a lot of energy that we can get down there, but I don't really want to have to get back here again, kind of out of the way. And we got baited. Well, we have a few options here. We could either go to the crushers on the right or to the crushers down below. It's actually best to go down below first. For one, we can get the mapstone fragment for this area, and on this side we will meet our first mini boss. Not a terribly difficult boss. All it does is come out of the ground where you stand and shoot one of those purple projectiles at you, which don't have the chance to leave behind one of those spiky obstacles. That's really all it does. This is also the reason why I wanted to upgrade the Charge Flame. Just to make this fight a little bit faster. Also one of the rare instances where the game actually saves for you. And you don't actually need a soul link to save, so just when we entered the room it saved, and after we defeated the enemy it saved again. There aren't too many of those instances where the game saves for you. But it's in kind of the places where the game, you know, kind of expects you to maybe die without you being really prepared of what's coming. That's a nice touch. Now these crushers are incredibly difficult to navigate because all we have to do is literally hold right. We have another spirit gate, and we have only one keystone so far, but if you look over here, it's there. Another one. Just make sure not to get spiked. And right now we're kind of trapped in here because we can't make it back up. Hope this tree has something useful inside. An ancestral tree, Lero, lay here. She was swift, agile, used to cut through the air. And one of the most common upgrades in platforming games, we get the double jump. Now the double jump in Ori games is the... I wouldn't say unique, but Ori doesn't really have a lot of vertical distance. And if you see the double jump, it barely adds more verticality to the jump, Ori. But where Ori really excels is distance. Even though we now have the double jump, most things will still be out of reach for us if it's high up. And by going up here, we get another energy cell. Oh, and if you don't really want to go, if you don't want to take the top route, you... I don't know, scared by that enemy up there, you can also, a very precise jump, you can just make it up here, like this. But now that we have double jump, we can actually just barely make it onto this wall. This is the kind of distance jumps that at first you'd think Ori would never be able to clear, but turns out to be actually pretty simple. Exactly, you just gotta believe. Gotta believe in Ori's skills. And this area down here is why I wanted all of these energy cells, because here we have another one of those 4 energy doors. And now we actually do have enough energy. It allows us to block this laser. Also another ability cell. Nice. This is a bit of a weird stone, but we can grab onto it, so can grab on something, we shall. Which allows us to block this laser. I see Prime is testing out some of the commands. Damn, so you followed me for 2 years and 9 months without having ever streamed a single game. And our reward is another energy cell. And some spirit light. To happen one day. And we have a few more ability points. Now, what I would recommend, you can see this actually now requires 2 ability points, and this one as well. I would recommend first filling out all of the skills that only require 1 ability points. Those are kind of your base skills that you should always have. And we just got another ability point, so I'm gonna finish these. So now we have all of the skills in all 3 trees that require only 1 ability point. All of these will from now on require at least 2. And later down the line there is also some that require 3. But if you collect everything, every ability cell in the game, then you can very easily finish all of the skill trees in one playthrough. Unless you're playing on hard. If you play on hard, some of the skills actually cost more ability points. And because of that, it is, well, not impossible to get all of the skills, but it would take an ungodly amount of grinding for Spirit Life. And yes, we are still following this Goomon, stole the water vein. And the game really wants us to really get used to the double jump with all of these obstacles. That's basically what the Moon Grotto is. Giant training ground for your double jump. Well, seems our friend over here has put himself into a little bit of a pickle. But of course we are nice and help him out. Ori brought kindness and hope to his heart, and in return gives us the water vein. Remember, the element of waters reside atop the Gitzo tree. We shall bring back the waters. Let us return immediately. Obviously the game can't just bring us back, we have to actually travel there. But before that we can fall down here for another easy ability cell. And we actually have been on the other side. This is the other entrance into the Blackroot Burrows. But we can't really open this barrier just yet. Instead of taking the normal way up, we can just scale this cliff wall. With a bit of precise jumping. But now that we have double jump, we can actually get some of these collectibles in these various rooms that we couldn't get before. We have a decent amount of life already, but if this pop over here, yeah, it can be a bit annoying sometimes, but there's actually well, I don't know if I want to call it an easier way. At least it's not, won't have that many enemies, but it's a bit of a precise jump. If you jump up here and do a precise double jump, you can actually just make it up here without ever having to go over there. Bit of a nice shortcut, and there is actually a bit of spirit light in this poisonous water and just so I don't have to return to this area. I will grab it now. We have more than enough health to survive a little bit of toxic water. Now with our double jump we could actually get over here, but whatever is over there we can't actually quite get with what we currently have. So one more thing. Actually, two more things that I want to grab. One of them is this little bit of spirit light. And there's also a spirit light over here, which might look like a bit of a daunting jump, but actually spaced quite nicely, so it's actually too difficult. And we can actually get another ability because we have 2 ability points, and I actually want to work towards specifically this skill right here, so gonna work on that and walk back to the Thornfelt Swamp. That will get us closest to the entrance of the Ginso tree. Waters of Nibble once flowed through this very tree. Now it's all rotten and dried up inside. We shall restore the flow. The Ginso tree heart we must find. And each one of these, as you could call them, dungeons, where we find one of these elements, all has a particular gimmick. This unique to that dungeon, and in Ginso tree it is these portals. Here we probably have the most useless secret of all of them. Just a measly 1 energy. And even more secrets. Yeah, the Ginso tree specifically has a lot of these small hidden areas. For example, right here, which is basically just a shortcut. And saving here is something I would really recommend for new players, because this next area can be quite difficult to get the timing right with your double jumps in order to make it through. Very easy to mistime one of your double jumps and land into the spikes, and once you land into the spikes, it tends to be kind of difficult to get out of them again. And we have another mini-boss. This time it's one of the tentacles. But nothing a few charge flames can't fix. Yeah, we require 2 more of these the keystones. Luckily they're all inside this room. Cries of dismay I hear deep inside this ancestral tree. Reem was agile, he dashed through the air. Listen to his voice, the wisdom he shared. Oh yeah, and Reem does have a lot of wisdom. Because now we've learned Bash, and Bash is kind of the signature ability of this entire game. This allows us to grab onto certain objects and fling ourselves into a direction that we choose. But the best thing is we can also grab onto enemies and fling them around like we want. Basically what this ability changes in the game is that now every enemy is no longer just an obstacle, but every enemy is also kind of a new way to traverse the level itself. And we are really good with Bash. You can even gain infinite height with a very specific technique called pushing. Let's see if I can actually get it to work. It's kind of a... Basically the trick is that as soon as you add something, you immediately bash it again. A little bit finicky because it's only like a... I believe it's a 2-frame window. Grabbing it again. Oh yeah, this is it. Basically what double bashing allows you to do is you can fling the enemy in the same direction. Like you can fling the enemy of the first bash into the air, and then fling yourself of the same enemy into the air as well. Basically you can fling yourself and the enemy in the same direction. Meaning you can then use another bash on them. If you are really good, you can chain these together, gain an infinite amount of height. Before we go up, there's a little bit small thing hidden inside here. Another energy cell. Already at 7 energy. And this is really the first room where you can really feel how good the bash feels in this game. Because you can just kind of bash from lantern to lantern. In a very seamless manner. Just looks good. Now we have our first enemy to defeat, and we can't actually attack the enemy with our spirit light the way we did up until now. So what we learn here is that we can actually redirect projectiles at the enemies themselves. Technically we don't even need our spirit flame anymore. We can just use the enemy's own attack against themselves. Like I said, a very creative ability. The heart of the Ginso tree once kept the element of water safe, but now it's corrupted, all foul and decayed. You have to help it. Cure it and cleanse out the blight by removing the corruption on both of the sides. Basically, we have to go through 2 rooms to get to the top in order to reach that corruption. And this first room isn't really a lot of trouble. You can see a bunch of enemies you use your bash on. The second room is actually more of a puzzle. Let's first get rid of some of the enemies, so we don't have to worry about them. We once again have these contraptions that redirect projectiles. You can probably already guess what we kinda have to do. Doing this, we can redirect the projectiles around a bunch of times. We finally get to the final one and open the path. There is actually something else in this room that we can get. For that, I'm not actually gonna use these. I'm gonna redirect the protection. I don't know, is that... Okay, no. Why? More? Yeah, I'm just gonna redirect the projectile upwards. And with this we can just gain enough height to make it to this. And that's all it is, just one of those cocoons with a little bit of spirit light. Not really worth the trouble of getting up there, but kinda interesting that they placed this up there. With this we have actually made it to our first element. Now we can restore the element of waters. With this one rekindled, there's 2 more to go. And this is also where one of Ori's infamous escape sequences start. We have the water. It is now rushing back into the Ginso tree, and well, it's kind of threatening our health. So we have to get out here quickly before we drown. I'm also gonna get all of the spirit lights on the way up, just because I can. But if you don't want to risk getting all of the spirit light, you can actually come back later and get them all when there isn't water chasing you. Just like that, we escaped. Very easy once you have played this section about a dozen times. First time Ori and Kuro get face to face. It was the light that she hated, the light of our kind. But Ori's kindness would once again save my child. Ori, I thought I'd lost you to Kuro's talents of hate, but it was Gumo who saved you, delivering us from an uncertain fate. But look here, with the Ginso tree restored, Nibble's waters are clear. There's no time to lose, we must make haste. Element of Wind's next, resting deep within the forlorn ruins. Inside the misty woods, there's a key that will open their gates. Yes, our next destination, the Misty Woods. Now that we finished the Ginso tree, we can now actually swim in the water because it's now no longer toxic. And this goes for all of the water sources that are in this game. They're now all cleared. And now we can explore underwater. Yep, more keystones. And if you go over here, we can also get a mapstone fragment. And we have another one of these guys. We can actually defeat them now with the Charge Flame, because the Charge Flame will actually knock off their armor once. Their armor is off, you can actually injure them with your regular Spirit Flame. Now we finally have the map for the Thornfelt Swamp. There is also something else we can do, specifically with this waterfall. Also because we have dash. We actually need dash to activate this. It's another cheat code, a cheat code that you might recognize. Up, up, down, down, left, right, E space. Which is otherwise known as the Konami code, and if you do it in front of this waterfall, we now get a nice rainbow dash. Ilo was the stoutest of all the spirits, the most powerful ever seen. Now here he rests, turned into an ancestral tree. What wisdom does Ilo have for us? Now we know Stomp, and what's his Stomp is pretty self-explanatory. Jump in the air, and we smash down. And since we have Stomp now, we can also get this. And the reason why I want that specific skill is because Stomp is pretty much the best weapon you will ever get in this game. Because you don't actually have to hit the enemies directly with the stone to deal damage. It's basically an area of effect attack. And it does a ridiculous amounts of damage. And if we have any Zelda fans in here, we'll try for Symbol in the tree bark. Now there is one of these breakable barriers, but it is underwater, and sadly, water does indeed stop our bash, our stomp. So to find a way to get rid of that water first. Another one of these barriers. Now that the water is drained, we can actually smash through here and get out of this place. Why is it so famous, Prime? What makes it so famous? I guess that has to be enough. So we are actually back in the Moon Grotto, but now that we have Bash and Stomp, there are actually a few more things that we can grab now. But careful about this the masher. This is why we actually couldn't get this thing before, because we need a bash. We use this spider's projectile to launch ourselves up there. Ooh, I don't know when I'll be in Canada. So technically we could warp out with this spirit well, But since we do actually want to eventually collect everything, I am gonna take the long way around, because now that we can act, because at this point with the abilities that we have, we can actually get quite a few of the collectibles here. Not all of them. There are still a few that require abilities that we do not have at the moment. But one that we can get, for example, this ability cell. Also get some more spirit light down here, and we can also open up this shortcut that we were just at before on the other side, and now we actually have a way through, which will actually come in handy towards the end of the game when we do our final cleanup of all the collectibles. There's also something up here. And there is something else up here, but that is actually one of the things we can't get yet. Still hunting the light, blinded by hate. Yeah, now that Uro knows about us, looking for the element, he's now also actively hunting us as well. And this is actually something that a lot of players of this game probably never really found out. Not actually something that you need to do at any point in the game, but it can make some sections a lot easier. Because with these bounce pads, you have a regular height, and you have a bit more if you hold the jump button. You get a little bit more, but you can also use your stomp, which will give you even more height. And for some reason the game never actually explains this to you. Also there's never an area where you need to do that when you first get stomped. Well, I would have to get a hot tub first prime for that. Who knows? Also, this lever right here opened this door. allows us to get yet another ability cell. Yeah, this is kind of the part of the game where quite a lot of the collectibles are now accessible to players, so after you get Stomp, it really pays to revisit a lot of the previous areas. Because as you can see, we're already at 11 health, which is actually pretty close already to the maximum health that we actually can have. The maximum is 15, both for the health and the energy. So we're only 4 away. Also, funny thing, there isn't really a reason why they made it so that you have to stomp these pillars multiple times to block the lasers. Just so you have to, you definitely have to stomp them 3 times every time. Succession. And this actually brings us back to this area, but from the other side this time. Once again, we are back in the moon grotto. Yeah, we're unlocking skills left and right. Crazy. But kind of the weird thing about this is even though Ori really does feel like a powerhouse, the more of these skills you get, there are some things that will always be a pretty big danger to you. Because pretty much no matter how many skills you unlock, if you find yourself inside one of these spike pits, like below here, even all of your skills won't really save you. It just means you will die slower. Yeah, must be something on your end, Prime, because I do not see any skipped frames on my end. And we made it back to the spirit tree. This is basically where we would have teleported to if we didn't go the long way around in order to collect all of these various ability cells and life cells and whatnot. But now that we have charge, we could have gotten through here with Charge Flame a lot earlier, but there is one thing that we wouldn't have been able to get through here. That is this thing. One of these stoppable levers. So even though we could have gotten here, we never would have been able to open this door till we got stomped. Could you please come over here? A bit closer. Thanks. Yeah, as you can see, Bash, very useful. A very unique ability among platformers. I know of this place, the feel of the air. The path to the west leads to the Misty Woods Trail. Uro looms up ahead, won't allow us to pass. Let us not travel further, lest we unleash her wrath. And that wrath is no joke. Because if you just barely make it into this area, this happens. You can get to the save point, but any further than that and you will die. Oh, we have to find a different way. And this ability cell we can't really get through. It is a breakable wall, but we can't really stomp to the side. But there is actually something you could do with a little bit of creativity. So if we could, you know, stomp near this wall, it would still be destroyed. And for that, what we can do, we can actually lure this enemy next to this wall and stomp the enemy right next to the wall, and it will crumble. Just another example of how you can use your abilities in very creative ways. In order to get rid of certain obstacles. As long as Kuro is out at the path, the Misty Woods will be blocked. Look up there, we might be able to distract her if we loosen that rock. So let's have a look at these rocks. Before that we can actually do something else. In here we can't really get up there because our double jump doesn't reach quite high enough. But once again, with a little bit of ingenuity, no problem. Ooh, we also have 4 ability points. Let's see. Yeah, let's just finish up this tree. No. Insane said distract her by loosening the rock, but I think what we are about to do is a bit more than just distracting her. More like give her a concussion. Now we got another upgrade. We got Kuro's Feather, which will now allow us to glide in the air. This makes it so much easier to stay in the air, and especially together with Bash. Bashing enemy projectiles gets so much easier. This feather. But before we actually go to Misty Wood, also we now have Stomp. We can now continue through the Blackroot Burrows. Let's once again go through Time the Door. Because now we Stomp, we can also get this. And we can also finally open the shortcut to the Moon Grotto, although we won't actually need that shortcut. But if, you know, if there's still some things you have to get over there. Pretty nice shortcut. And here we can actually see this is a huge area that we have left to explore down here. we enter the Lost Grove. Yeah, so we need the stomp to get through that one breakable barrier. And since this area is actually designed for dash, there are actually a few instances here where you need it. Light and dark, an innocence born. And though she was lightless, a friendship still formed. That was made. Would soon be dissolved. Oh, you would like to eat those shrooms, wouldn't you? There's tons of them in here. But here we can already see kind of at least one of the themes of this game. It's the whole idea behind creatures of the light and creatures of the dark, which is the Thought Naru being, you know, referred to as lightless. So basically she is actually a creature of the dark. Soul could cast our light, even in the dark she would see. She lived deep in this grove, now she rests here in peace. Now we've learned Light Burst, the second optional ability that was added in the Definitive Edition. Now we can throw little light grenades. Yes, Prime, but unlike that, it doesn't act. Light and dark in this game doesn't actually mean good or evil. Nope. Oh well. Did I get back up? Basically there's this balance between the creatures of light and dark, but of course creatures of the dark do not really well in the intense light of the spirit tree. Now we are not really supposed to know this quite yet because the game is actually soon gonna tell us. But there's actually something else we can do with these light bursts. We put them straight up. We can actually use them. Our own bash ability. Because this is where the game actually tells you that you can do this. Just another example of a very creative use. Of the abilities and how they interact with one another. Now we also have triple jump. It's gonna make platforming quite a bit easier. It's not required for anything. Obviously nice to have. And yes, it is indeed a grenade. We just demolished this poor rock with our light burst. Little bit more training for Ori's throwing arm. Easy. And we finally made it to the bottom, the main area of the Lost Grove. A little bit more. This one is very satisfying. How long does it take to make tomato soup? Nothing. Ah, okay. Then it would take a bit longer. As you can see, we're kind of getting into the final area, but there is one more secret that we can get before we go in there. But of course not. This we can finish off the utility tree, and with ultra defense and this much health, it's really difficult to kill Ori just by enemy or environmental damage that doesn't outright kill you. Oh my. And we get the conclusion of Naru's backstory. Way before she met Ori. After his passing, she left and never returned. Though they are gone from our forest, there is no time to grieve. Remember those who have passed, and they will forever live on. Yeah, now we kind of understand why Naru took such an interest in Ori, because it reminded her of her spirit friends that she had when she was a child herself. And this concludes the Blackroot Burrows, except for one small little area. This is the last percent right here. There isn't really a good way to get up there at this point, so we will leave that for the final cleanup, basically. Now let's continue our journey into the Misty Woods. Those lost within were never found. And there is some good reason for that. The Misty Woods definitely represents quite a bit of a difficulty spike, so it does really pay to collect a lot of these life cells and ability cells. To prepare yourself for this part. Because the enemies here get quite a bit more tanky and also deal quite a bit more damage than what we're probably used to in the previous areas. The shrouded lantern, this mysterious haze bellows out of its stem. Find a way to light it. Have my clear up once again. Who's Misty? Well, I do actually know somebody who has a cat called Misty, so maybe that's who they're referring to. Maybe there's a giant cat somewhere lurking in this forest, who knows? And I already said there isn't really a lot of use for ducking in this game. It never really seems to really make a difference. This is the one other part where you can actually make use of the duck function. Even though at this point you have bash and stomp to redirect all of these projectiles, so it's not even really all that needed. Yeah, so now that we can glide, we can very easily make use of these projectiles in order to keep ourselves afloat. And I do actually want to go in here real quick before we continue on, because soon we will see what the gimmick is of the Misty Woods. Be seemingly a dead end. And we hear this mysterious sound, and suddenly the whole forest has changed. So yeah, the gimmick of this forest is that you are basically getting lost inside the forest. And you constantly trigger new areas whenever you go into certain directions. Deceived by the mist, they were lost in the woods. Atsu's torch, it was lost in this place. If we carried the shrouded lantern, it might show us the way. That is indeed the goal of this area, to get this thing down there with the shrouded lantern. Also, we don't really have a map for this area. It's just a bunch of mist. Which does make sense, because it wouldn't really be able to reflect all the changing paths really well anyway. As you can see, some pretty decent ability in this area, Misty Woods, especially when you upgrade it to Ultra Stone. It'll solve a lot of problems for you in this. Tatsu used to climb mountains high atop Sorrow Pass. When her brother's torch faded, she fell to the mists, where she lost her path. You've learned Climb. One of the more mundane sounding powers, especially because we already knew how to wall jump. But it does have its specific uses, especially with these mushrooms over there. They actually react to our jump, so if we were to actually wall jump up this would happen. So we actually have to use our climb ability in order to get up here. Which Minecraft topic to vote for? I didn't actually vote for. I didn't actually participate in the vote. But I would have definitely voted for the Sniffer. I mean, I would definitely not vote for the tough golem. Who needs another golem in Minecraft? Now that we have dealt with all these weird mushroom-based puzzles, we can go back to our regularly scheduled platforming. Nice. Another ability point. And as you can see, we kind of get all of these keystones, and that's kind of really the points where the forests change again. Yeah, you better pick up those keystones, or you will be slightly stuck at the end of this forest. I'm pretty sure you can't actually continue each section without grabbing it. energy efficiency. More energy. And this right here is actually the reason why I wanted to go to the Lost Grove to get the light burst ability before coming to this place, because for some reason they decided to put a light burst lantern in this area. This is also actually a great place if you want to skip a bit of this quite a bit of this forest. What you can do, you could jump over here and then just climb up here, and then from here jump over to this ledge, and you would have actually, by doing that, you would skip a small part of the Misty Woods. It's not really a big part that you skip, but still it's a pretty annoying part, because I'm gonna play through it for completeness sake. Big skips if you there is one skip that is a huge one. Oh, it does require you to master double bashing. Called the skip is called the Sorrow Bash. Can't really show off the Sorrow Bash itself, because I'm not nearly practiced enough to do it, but I can at least show what the skip intends to do. We get to a Sorrow Pass. But there are a few minor skips that are actually intended by the developers of the game. See, now we made it back up here. All we really skipped was that was going around. And now we need another one of these boss fights, but this time we have to fight 2 of them. And also, since we have Bash now, you can also redirect their shots directly at them, which does actually do a surprising amount of damage to them, but it is kind of difficult to hit them with their own shots. And this is where we need those 4 keystones. And we can kind of see we do kind of already been in this area the other way. We're kind of going back to the beginning now. We finally lit the Shrouded Lantern. They lit the shrouded lantern, it lifted the haze. Hurry, the key to the Forlorn Ruins, the Kumon seal, has been revealed. Yes, we found the Kumon seal. Element of Winds is deep within the Forlorn Ruins, south of this place. It's not too far from here. I can show you the way. Yes, it's actually pretty close to where we are. And now we also get the map for the Misty Woods without all of the forest changing. But if you actually want to go back into the forest with its ability to change, because you might have missed some items in there the first time around, you can actually change it back to the shrouded version, and of course also back to the lit version. Although that is also something they added in the definitive edition of the game. In the original you could not go back into the maze version of the Misty Woods. And that isn't just something they changed for Misty Woods, actually all of the dungeons, so the Ginso Tree, the Forlorn Ruins where we will go next, and final dungeon, Horu Mountain, all of these were inaccessible after you completed them. In the original, in the definitive version, they made it so that you could actually backtrack to all of these locations. Also another secret in here. UH? What kind of command is that supposed to be? There is an uptime command. You can also use a exclamation mark command to get a list of all the enabled commands. And another mapstone completed, although this one isn't really showing us too much. Damn, 0 seconds? So much? Oh no, closed door. What should I do? Oh yeah, this guy doesn't even doesn't even make it over the ramp. He's stuck there forever. Once lush and green, now covered in ice. Those who didn't escape paid with their lives. We enter the Forlorn Ruins. The Forlorn Ruins, here is where the Gumon lived. They built miraculous structures and infused them with the light of the spirit tree, which keeps them safe. Oh no, these Gumon were frozen, unable to escape. When the element of winds lost its light, these ruins must have turned into their grave. Yeah, without the light of the spirit tree to sustain them, this place turned into a grave. The Gumon were crafty inventors. They had foreseen a bright future that never came. Look at this light vessel. They were able to store the light of the spirit tree within. Yeah, me too, Prime. So far I'm enjoying it. And this is the gimmick for this particular dungeon. We have this vessel that we can carry around that shields us from these structures that are infused with the energy of of this whole place, the Forlorn Ruins, the Gumon energy. Because if we touch it, yeah, we can't actually touch it. Only when we have this orb with us we can actually pass over them. But more than that, we can actually, if we walk over these rounded Gumon structures, we can change gravity. Another cool thing is that the light vessel does actually, just like the light vessel that we found in the Black Group Burrows, it actually follows you around, so you can't leave it behind in a... You can't actually leave it behind in a place that you can't reach. So you can't actually lose it. However, the fact that the orb actually does follow you also leads to a few weird kind of inconsistencies, or rather some of the obstacles in this place, they do make a lot of sense as long as you're carrying the vessel, but you can actually just skip a lot of them without actually using the vessel that is intended to be used. For example, here, obviously, we pick up the vessel, we jump from platform to platform, but we can also just as easily jump over the whole thing. There's quite a few of these things in this place where you can just sort of ignore the intended strategy. Another one is, for example, there is over here. We jump over these gaps. That is how we are supposed to get this keystone over here. But if you don't feel like doing that, there's also another way you can get it, which I think is a bit easier actually. You can just bash this projectile and simply collect it like that. Yeah, I'm actually a little bit proud of myself, because most of these shortcuts I did actually figure out myself. Also, this one is probably the biggest one, because you can't just jump over this obstacle. This moving platform is really annoying to jump on, but just being able to skip it, it's a whole lot safer. I do like these stones though, where you can change your gravity to pretty much anything that you want. Oh, and by the way, this enemy, the way he's placed, he can't actually hit you. The only thing he could do to you is if we were to run into him. Not even dangerous. That's the fourth keystone, and that's all we need to progress. This one is also kind of funny. If you have the vessel, intended solution very clearly, simple like this. But again, we can just simply jump over the whole damn thing. Yeah, Gumo was actually not inside the Forlorn Ruins when they shut their gates for the last time. And so he was actually spared. Freezing to death. This shrine must have powered all they had built. Look at it now, look what it did! But this also means that he is now the last of his kind. I wonder if Gumo knows of their fate. I hope he can forgive us, that we live, they are gone. Well, he does now. Oh yes, this room. This is probably the most dangerous room in the whole game, at least for me it is. So many of my one life mode attempts ended in this room. But funny enough, whenever I got past of at least this room, I would always make it to the end in a one life run. It would either end in this room or it would succeed. Which one was that, Prime Enforcer? I hope you beat like maybe one of the Shantae games with 0 deaths. Ah, the Mummy Demasters, yeah, I know that game. Another life cell, but this is actually a special secret area because right here we have a familiar character in the foreground. Good old Super Meat Boy. Nice, made it past the room without dying. That makes me happy. And we made it to the second element. The element of wind lies before us, stored in the heart of this place. These ruins are all that is left of the Gumon, reminding us of their fate. Losing the ones that you love, Gumo is the last of his kind. Ori, we shall bring back the light. O Nibel and the memory of the Gumon, let us restore the element of wind. We all know what that means. By the words, he decided to act. have to escape. Actually one of the easier escapes once you know all the obstacles. Not nearly as technical as the Ginso tree. And we arrive at Kuro's nest. And what is this? Ori had learned how they perished through our light. All along she was simply protecting her last child. And then she finds us inside her nest. Really a good look. Yeah, so we're not actually done escaping. Have to hide ourselves from Kuro. Now I could just dash across, because we actually have to dash, but this is what you do when you don't have to dash, although for some reason Kuro doesn't really mind that there is a wooden log just crawling across the ground. We barely escaped from her clutches this time. clear now why she hunts us. Uro is just protecting her child. But remember, Ori, the element of warmth is the last to ignite. The Sunstone we seek high atop Sorrow Pass. We must ride the winds, for they will show us the path. Yes, because of course we can't just go into Mount Horu. We have to actually first find the key, get inside. And in case you forgot something in the Forlorn Ruins, you can actually just explode this boulder, go back in, or you can also use the Spirit Well to warp back inside. But now that we have restored the element of winds, we get all of these gusts of wind in various places of the forest, which will help us reach new areas that we couldn't reach before. Specifically, it allows us to go to Sorrow Pass. Find the Sunstone. And this is actually the place where you could do that big skip. So, if you get good enough at double bashing, you can use one of these birds in order to use bash basically through the spike tunnel, which allows you to get access to Sorrow Pass even before you turn on wind. So you can basically skip Misty Woods and the Forlorn Ruins by doing that. Now we can actually see where all of those life cells are on the map, even though we only have actually 2 left to collect. Need more stones? Yeah, these are not the life cells that show up on the map. There is actually another minor shortcut here that is actually intended. This one is actually intended. Because if we lure this frog that's shooting at us, we can get rid of this barrier above us that actually skips opening one of these spirit gates, which we are right now collecting the keys for. But just to show you the door, I will take the long way around. See, we're back here. Also, don't kill this spider just yet. We can make good use of it. Exactly, Prime. Does we have another one of these lanterns that we can light? Our light burst. With the help of the spider, we can actually make it up here. So we don't have to come back later. Yeah, and now it also shows us all the energy cells, like these, for example. There are quite a few more to get of the energy cells actually. We only have 7 so far, which is about half. Speaking of energy cells, now we brought this boulder all the way over here so we can block this deadly laser, gust of wind. Not really sure what it is. Now we have a little bit of a puzzle. We have this boulder, we can either block this or this one. Now, I would highly recommend you don't put it in here because it is incredibly annoying to get it back out. Because then we can first block off this one and then we block off this one. Yeah, it's kind of wedged in there now, so getting it out of there is kind of dangerous. But if you actually do make the mistake of putting this boulder in here, but you still haven't actually blocked this one, there is kind of a way to get out. Not really sure if this is intended or not, but if you kind of aim upwards and jump, yeah, you can actually squeeze yourself through that tiny little gap. Now we enter the spike maze. Well, it's not really a maze, but it is spiky. So I hope you have mastered the feather at this point. at the very least have the ultra defense, so you don't take that much damage. Because without the ultra defense, these spikes will do 4 points of damage each. So you don't get too many hits before you die. And as you can see, we are only missing one more ability, which we will get right here. This spirit, another sacrifice for Nibel, Nirv, flew through the air as he soared through the sky. A world knew no bounds until the forest turned blind. And we get charge jump. Now, whenever we are standing on ground, we can charge up our jump and then release all that energy. We can also do it by grabbing onto a wall. This is a kind of where climb becomes a little bit more useful, because without climb you wouldn't be able to perform the sideways charge jump. And just like that, we are through. Now we basically cleared the central pillar all the way up to the peak, Sorrow Pass, and the Sorrow Pass peak is actually one of my favorite locations. I just really like the look of it. No wonder Kuro is avoiding this place. The Sunstone still radiates the light that she fears. Now we have the Sunstone. So back in the Forlorn Ruins we saw Gumo taking the light vessel from the ruins with him. Their journey inspired even he who had doubt. Gumo had found a place to belong. With the Sunstone we can now pass through Mount Horu's gates, but do you feel the shaking, the rumbling in the earth? Mount Horu is close to spewing fire, there is no time to lose. Well... time to lose, you say, because we have a lot of things to collect before we enter Mount Horu. And yep, this finished up Sorrow. There's also another Easter egg that we can now access now that we have finished Sorrow Pass, and it has something to do with this this toad over here. Because something funny happens when we kick him over the ledge. They somehow managed to put the Wilhelm scream into this game. This is basically what we can now do with our charge jump. We can get through all of these sideways barriers that we couldn't get through before. Yeah, now we will get a lot of these energy cells. Just back to back. Oops. We could actually just go over, but I don't actually want to do that because in order to get 100% completion on the save file, you actually have to discover certain parts of the map as well, so that you get the fully completed map. And for that you have to sometimes take some very specific paths so that all of the areas are actually lit up in the end. also finish up the efficiency tree, and now that we can now we can see through walls, but that doesn't just mean on like when we just run around. It also actually it also works for things on the map. For example, I think this one would actually not show up without the sensibility. Obviously, we have collected most of the items already, but you know, things like this will now also show up. So if you want to 100% this game, all you really have to do is max out the middle tree, and you're pretty much good to go. Now we have even stronger Spirit Flame, even though we don't really need it at this point. Down here we have some more spirit light, but that's actually not the interesting thing. We actually also have a bit of an Easter egg here in the background. It's a very Mario-esque pipe in a game where we haven't seen really any kind of modern structures whatsoever. can also open this door up, it just brings us back here. Not really any point in opening this door at this point. And we can also finally finish up the black root burrows. Because now that we have charge jump, we can very easily make it up here. And there is one more thing to get down here. This is definitely one of the weirder collectibles because it is so out of the way for so little. I mean, just a 400 spirit light, but at this point that doesn't really mean much. Since there's way more, there's more than enough ability cells left to grab to get those last 3 ability points that we need for the final skill. Means the sunken glade is now also finished. The last area that we have to kind of clean up is the swamp. Ooh, that's good to hear. The soup was good. Finally some good soup. The very final part where we have some things left to collect. All the way over here where we first got stomped. Yep, and with this, the only area left, Hollow Grove, where we ultimately have to go anyway, enter Mount Horror. Final time we go to the Spider Cove. I promise. Now the only place left to go, this little path that we could have accessed pretty much when we found it. That is our final life cell. Now we are at maximum HP. Yeah, luckily the lasers of these red orbs aren't insta kills. Oh yeah, and we can actually finally get our final skill. Now Ori is pretty much just powerful as can be. Now there is one more energy cell that we can get. But we won't be able to get that until we actually go inside. It's Mount Horu. Darkness brought them to this forsaken place. At the gates of Mount Horu, a tough decision was made. Well, not really anymore. So the reason why in the original game there actually was a tough decision that you have to make, because once you entered Mount Horu, you could actually never leave. Yeah, once you entered, you were locked in. So you had to make sure that you were actually prepared for the final dungeon of the game. Nibel's source of warmth. All its glory has burned. Let's be careful. Many of those that entered this place have never returned. But with the release of the definitive edition, you can actually just leave again. The element of warmth is close, but the mountain, I've never seen it this way. We've come so far, so much has been lost. You can't give up now, we must enter the fray. Or you can just decide to leave. And be all like, yeah, not really my problem. Now the gimmick of Mount Horu are these lava falls, and they actually exist on. You can see they exist on all sides of the mountain, and we actually have to solve a series of smaller challenges in order to turn these off. But because all of the lower ones are blocked off by this lava bolt, we have to actually start from the top. Work our way downwards. And also this floor, you have to be constantly jumping if you, because the floor heats up whenever you touch it. As they fought for their lives amidst the fires of Horu. Yeah, so probably not the smartest idea by Gumo and Naru to walk into an active volcano. Naru wished solely to see her child again. And I really like these smaller challenges inside of Haru. Worried these rocks appear unstable. Through my light we might be able to use them to stop the lava from spreading. Which is indeed what we can do. We basically plug up all the holes in Mount Haru. There is challenges on both sides. There's basically 4 entrances on each side, so we have 8 of these challenges to complete. Yeah, now we can see how absolutely massive the area is. Why push the stone when you can just walk away if it to its destination? Now, whenever you see one of these doors, that means you have to actually defeat enemies in order to open it. And this pillar over here kind of is a bit of a hint. Just how many of these enemies there actually are. Yeah, you have to basically defeat every enemy in this room in order to progress. First time it's not the easiest thing. Okay, next challenge. Here we have to ride the elevator. And they still give us Spirit Light. Even though there's absolutely no way yet you will level up from just Spirit Light at this point. This is probably one of the hardest rooms inside Mount Horu. Hard part isn't actually getting here. Usually the hard part is actually the return part. Because now most of the platforms that you came on here are kind of gone. This is the most fun room. Because it actually is very easy to get to the end. But as soon as you activate the end, you're greeted by a giant lava wave. And that is actually only half of it, because I have to also go through this part. So that is one half done. Okay, that's what was supposed to happen. One more room to go. And this room also contains the, in my opinion, scariest and most useless pickup in the entire game. And it's actually this Spirit Light container right up here. So if you ever want to complete the game 100%, you have to get this, but in terms of, you know, level up, it's useless. And it's also in a pretty dangerous place. There is a way to make this not quite as dangerous. In the end, all you really have to do is bash like this. You can actually kind of sneak by. The problem is, wait, the sneaking by only really works up here. It doesn't work on this level or on the level below for some reason. And not Lava is at its absolute lowest level. We did actually get another level inside Mount Toru, which is quite surprising. Not that it does anything, since we've already unlocked all of the abilities already. And here we get our final mini-boss. Another one of these, but this time it's on fire. And if I did everything correctly, yes, that is 100%. Meaning that at this point, as you can see, every area is 100% complete. Meaning we can enter the final door. Where we find the element of warmth is within our grasp. With the elements restored, we could undo the effects of her wrath. But of course there has to be one final escape before the end of the game. GG! We left them to burn, for she vanquished my light. Ori, please get up. Spirit tree, so close. It's our only hope left. The spirit tree is near. There is one step more to take. The forest of Nibel will live once again. Kuro has other ideas. And finally, at the end, the two mothers meet. Yeah, in the end, Kuro's love for her last remaining child triumphed over her hatred for the spirit tree. And she decided to sacrifice herself. Right, true. And the egg is safe and sound. To be continued. Well, that was Ori and the Blind Forest Definitive Edition. 100% completed. And we did it in about 4 hours. Not bad. And as a reward we get to hear the Light of Nibel. Yep, still one of the best platformers. Although the sequel did improve quite a bit on the formula, especially in terms of the combat. The sequel is a lot more in-depth. And a lot more varied than just pressing one button. I'm also pretty happy with the performance of the stream. It seemed like I dropped any frames. Also the health of my stream was always in the green, so meaning my upload limit was holding, which is very nice to know. Well, what's next? Probably the sequel. And I know that you actually never finished that one, Prime. Or at least you never did on stream. So there might actually be a few surprises in that one for you. Production babies. Yeah, when are you gonna finish Hollow Knight? Moon Studios would like to thank all the fans of Ori and the Blind Forest for their continued and heartfelt support. And we get some fan art. And now, just to make sure, yep, we did indeed finish at 100% in just under 4 hours. But with that, I am gonna end this stream. But yeah, with the way this went, I will definitely back. I mean, not right away tomorrow or anything, but I will definitely be doing this again. But Ori and the Will of the Wisp will most likely take more than one stream because that is a significantly bigger game. Also, don't really know my way around quite as well in Will of the Wisp as in this one. Not that finishing it 100% would be a problem, but just means it'll take a little bit more backtracking. Not quite as an efficient route as in this one. But yeah, that's it, and see you all next time.